psychology is really important here. Tell me about their old, let's go, and then I'll just say, no, I'm not going exactly there. I can map out those decisions. Said somebody made a data set of decisions. And like you said, the decisions typically day, then the person, then the location. And how it has to be a big stochastic curve. Not getting that data.
You know, to that point, we've even asked the FAA, and that's we, as in like the industry, this has come across multiple airlines through the full evaluation team. Stop calling flights pathfinders to pilots. If you tell a pilot they're a pathfinder, they're most likely going to say no. But if you tell them that there's a route that's open and we want to put you on it, don't tell them they're a pathfinder. Just see if they're going to make it through.
You want to get out of the Guardian.
Right. It's like one of those things. Let's see what happens. It looks open. Let's go see what the flight's going to do.
Yeah. On that note, I think we should wrap up this session. We got a few minutes for a break until the next session starts at 3. So thank you to James, thank you to Mike, thank you to Matt for training. We nibbled. We didn't quite get there. The challenge is going to be to figure out who's the stocky of these entities now. That's right. All right, we're broke. Unpaid until 3 o'clock. Yep. I had a reason that I didn't get a chance to see it. You know, That's a good point. You should talk about that. Really ridiculous. Every 10 years we'll get like kind of stuff just like in the weather, like they say research results. We're making an hour, we look at the arguments are hours. Extra hours. My job is
Yeah, other way around, whatever. Yeah. Yes. That's basically but it's very yeah, so we agree with that. Yeah. So I think, yeah, I think that is all. What
Yeah, I was just thinking that, guys.
So yes,
All right, ladies and gentlemen. If I can ask you to take your seat, okay, folks, let's have our seats, please. We need to have the OSU Mafia up here. Are they gonna make us a deal we can't refuse? No. Okay, folks, we have one more. We have one more session today, and it is being led by Chris Zarzar, who is online, and our fellow steering committee member and OSU Mafia leader, Dr. Azevedo. And they're going to talk about this ASTM effort that you heard referenced a couple of times earlier today. I have been asked before they start to remind those of you who are going on the tour to the Excelsior Lab to, as soon as this session is over, head back to where you got lunch right out front, look for the van, go in the van, have a great tour, van comes back, and then that's the end of your day. Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Go.
It's Chris, are you ready? Chris, are you ready? I don't know. By the way, all
Good to go.
We talked to the screen, but the audio is over there. So we're like, hey Chris, are you ready? And that sucks. They can't hear us. So hey Chris, are you ready?
We're good. Sound is good.
All right, awesome, man. Take it away and we'll do this thing together.
All right. Let me pull up the screen here. Let me know if this looks good, Gus.
Yeah. Kind of sure. Yes, I can see your screen.
All right. I'm going to give it a second. It's struggling with the screen share. There we go. Okay, unfroze on my end. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around for the final session today. Thank you to all those online as well. We still have 4 pages of people on my screen, so that's a good turnout for the last session of the day. My name is Chris Zarzar. My business hat and on the industry side is with True Weather Solutions. We're a micro weather company, and I am Director of Strategy and Innovation. Been with the company since 2022, but before that I was in academia, and so spent about 5 years with the professor hat on. Today I'm going to be taking off the True Weather hat though, and I'll be focused on my ASTM hat, where I am leading a task working group on developing a means of compliance in support of F3673-24. Lots of numbers there. You'll know what they mean here in just a second. I'm going to give a nice rundown of what ASTM is. And then we'll be presenting this update on the Weather Information Provider Standard, myself, and also an update on the means of compliance. And then Gus will be working through kind of not a hands-on session, but an engaging experience of how one might enter and become compliant with the standard. And so we'll talk about that a little bit here in the second half of this presentation. Gus his ASTM hat is as the task group lead for probably one of the most involved task groups, and so he volunteered for this. Now I'm not sure if he realized how involved it was going to be for him, but his group has actually ended up doing a significant amount of work on building out this kind of entry point that we're going to talk about when it comes to the standard. Gus, anything to add as I switch slides here?
I just want to, before we start, just
say thank you for whoever folks that organized this whole thing, because it teed up this presentation really well. I think all the things we discussed earlier today will be somewhat present and kind of wraps up, I think, the discussion with James trying to lead in terms of what next steps could look like. This is just one possibility that could. And I actually wanted to kind of counter Mike, who is a dear in my heart, counter Mike a little bit, that as a person who's writing a standard or a requirement, and you're confronted with reality, it's very hard not to write something aspirational. Very hard, and you're going to see one.
Yeah, for sure. And some really good conversations that I heard, and I heard some pointers to the standard. And what I'm going to hope that we can do today is, as we talk through this, define what the operational need is and what the motivation was behind this standard. And in doing so, I hope to get everyone's juices flowing about what is then possible. And so, yes, I'm going to give a high-level overview of ASTM. We'll give an update on this means of compliance group and what that means. But importantly, I want you thinking about what this means beyond the current version of the standard. It can be revised, it will be revised, and also there's opportunities for more stepping off points, like what new standard may there need to be to support a lot of the discussions we've had today about forecast. Will that fall under the umbrella of this current standard I'm going to introduce you to, or is that going to need to be a new standard? Those are kind of the conversations that we need to start having as well when it comes to where this scales towards. And so what I've got on the screen now is just kind of setting things up for the day. We'll talk about those operational needs in just a moment. Then we'll move through and talk about the standard itself, what we're doing with the means of compliance group, and then this kind of example with VWAS. And I'll introduce you to that, but that's the visual weather observing system that's being developed and deployed by the FAA. And so this really matters now because there's a need for trusted weather information beyond traditional airports. And me being with True Weather, I'm heavily involved in this because our focus right now is supporting UAS and advanced air mobility operations. So those aircraft that will one day carry people, we often hear them referred to as air taxis. And then the goal for this standard that's called F3673-24 is this attempt to standardize what usable weather information means. And so it's moving away from this concept of certification and towards this concept of what can we do to ensure the data is safely integrated into the national airspace system without needing to certify every single instrument on its own, but the data coming off of it. All right, let me start here with kind of defining this low altitude weather data gap, and that's where it's really prevalent. And so UAS and AAM, you'll hear me focus on that quite a bit, but the operations, they're moving into areas with significant gaps in the lower altitude when it comes to weather data. And that's because drones and eVTOLs, these air taxis, are not going to be operating at major airports. They'll be operating most often away from airports, sometimes in highly dense urban areas like we see in the Dallas-Fort Worth area right now. So we need to see the non-traditional weather sources scaled in a safe way that we can start to introduce that data into the national airspace system and make that available to these UAS and advanced air mobility operations. We know there's data out there. There is a program called the National Mesonet where there are a bunch of data, and you may have heard of this and seen this. Mike Split has talked a lot about this in the past as well. There's data away from the airports, but right now it's just not able to be used for aeronautical decision making. And that can change, and we're hoping that the standard can start to be that first stepping stone to that change. And so the question is no longer can data be provided. We know it can. The question is, can the data be trusted for operational decision making? And that's what the standard is trying to achieve, is to have some kind of I don't want to say gatekeeping, but some kind of entry point for this data to ensure that it can be trusted for integration into flight decisions. Now, the standards itself, the scope has been focused on UAS and advanced air mobility, but there's applicability when it comes to general GA and Part 91 operations, especially with helicopter operations. Helicopter operators, I've talked to a lot of them. They are aware that they need better data to help with their operations. They rely heavily on pilot heuristics right now to make good and smart weather decisions. But especially as we start to talk about with drones and eVTOLs moving the pilot off the aircraft, we lose that heuristics. And so how can we accommodate for that and help the machines make better decisions, help operators away from the aircraft make better decisions? Well, it starts with getting them access to more data. And so what we need to move from is the picture I have on the right side. It's kind of this legacy approach where or this legacy system where we're limited to the amounts of data we have to our current NOAA products and our ASOS and AWOS, which are great data sources. I'm not dissing any of that. They're great data, but we just need to supplement that data. And so that's what we're looking at for what's kind of necessary here on the bottom graphic, which is filling those low altitude weather gaps with new types of weather data and even really well-known weather data sources. It's just deploying them in ways that doesn't require certification of each instrument upon it. And one of those applications that we're seeing that we'll talk about later today is the FAA VWAS program. Okay, so now I'm going back to square one with what is ASTM. ASTM is this voluntary consensus standard organization. It was started way back in 1898, and its original name was the American Society for Testing and Materials. However, the standards started to get global recognition. The group started to make standards and expand beyond the borders of the United States. And so it was renamed in 2001 to ASTM International to reflect that global role in standards development. The standards are developed through a hierarchy. That hierarchy is a mix of technical committees, subcommittees, and task groups. And while the standards and ASTM started with a focus on ensuring safe railroads, the steel rails on the railroads, it's expanded to a lot of different application areas. And one of the biggest ones right now that I'm involved in is F-38, and that is the UAS, uncrewed aircraft systems subcommittee that we'll see in just a second. The goal of these standards is to create common performance language across regulators, operators, suppliers, and researchers. It's really important to talk about this now because what you'll see if you take a look at the NPRM for Part 108 and Part 146, that's focusing on the beyond visual line of sight operations for UAS. You'll see that there's starting to be more reference and more weight applied to industry standards when it comes to complying with the regulators' requirements. And so that's a shift away from typical regulatory language, but it's encouraging because that will really allow for innovation and more kind of custom solutions for these unique aircraft, especially UAS and eVTOLs, where they're going to have their own operational limits that are quite different amongst the different platforms. So here's how ASTM breaks down. At a really high level, we've got ASTM International there at the top. It breaks out into technical committees, and the technical committee that we're based under and we'll be talking about is the Unmanned Aircraft Systems F-38 Committee. We are specifically under a subcommittee called F-38.02. That is the Flight Operations Subcommittee. There are other subcommittees, including subcommittees involved in airworthiness, subcommittees involved in personnel and training. So if you're interested, that may be an interesting entry point for you to look at these other F-38 subcommittees if you're not necessarily focused on the flight operation side, but want to know more about the airworthiness side or the personnel and training side of things. Then under the flight operations subcommittee, that is where the F-36-24 standard comes into play. The F-3673, that just indicates it's the Weather Information Provider Standard. The -24 is the year that the most recent revision was published, so 2024. And then finally, we have 3673 Means of Compliance Working Group. That's the current active working group that I'm leading that is pushing forwards a new revision of the standard and is providing a means of compliance. Because right now we have a list of requirements in the standard, but no real guidance on how you would actually comply with it as a weather information provider. And I guess something I should define that I have not done is what is a weather information provider? That is a third-party weather provider. That is someone like a True Weather, Climate Vision. Let's see, who are some others out there? Weather Channel, Tomorrow.io. These are all different weather information providers. IntelliSense. There's a lot out there, and so a lot are involved in this group as well. Oh, can't miss Synoptic. All of these groups are weather information providers, right? And so it's just industries who can provide additional information about the weather situation, and that's going to be important to allow for all these new data access for operators. Now, every time I show this graphic in the top right, I realize fewer and fewer people have as much of a connection to Schoolhouse Rock as I do, but when it comes to the standards development process, it's a step-by-step process that starts with an operational need, identifying the idea here. And then it works into a group coming together and developing this terms of reference. That is just saying, okay, what is the scope of this working group? What are you guys going to be working on specifically? And once that is approved, there's a working group number that's assigned, and you get this active working group. That working group then drafts and review this new standard. It then goes up for ballot. It gets voted on by first the subcommittee, then the committee itself, and then it goes into publication where it can be used. It doesn't stop there, though. That needs to stay active, and so there is an expiration date or a renewal date on each standard that's published out there where a group has to reconvene, review it, and make sure it stays active and updated and stays relevant. Otherwise, it just kind of starts to expire or become not relevant for the industry needs. Before I jump ahead here, why don't we just see if there's any questions about the whole ASTM standard process and the hierarchy there?
We're good.
Cool. See no hands, so I'm jumping ahead here. Now, this is probably what folks are waiting for. What is the weather standard that I'm referring to specifically? This is ASTM 3673-24. The purpose, like I mentioned, is to define weather data performance requirements for weather information providers. The scope, I've mentioned that, UAS, VTOLs, XTM, but also it's limited right now to surface to 5,000 feet AGL. That's just currently where the bounding of that standard is. The key principle is that it seeks to develop a data-centric, source-agnostic framework for evaluating weather information. So it's moving away from saying what specifically sensor you're using and is that a certified sensor to saying, no, we aren't going to worry about that. We're going to look at the data off of any data source and see how well that's performing. And if it falls within some bounds of performance, then you are compliant and you can serve that data back into a system. And then it's up to the Civil Aviation Authority to determine whether they adopt the standard in full, adopt aspects of the standard, or how they want to apply the standard itself. The primary components of the current standard can be broken out into four main categories. That's a weather data performance and tiering side of things. That's what Gus's group is in charge of, and that's probably the heaviest lift in all of this. And it's what people are always most interested in. Then there's quality control measures. How's your data keeping to its original tiering, its original performance expectations? Looking at reliability, security, and data management. Is it secure? Is it maintained? And then metadata, another important aspect that Jamie Jacobs is involved with leading, and that's focusing on how do you report all that information, the data about the data, and how do you describe what's going on with it. So the status of the standard, it's published. That's what that -24 is. In 2024, it was already revised once and published. The previous version was just -23. Hopefully there's going to be a -26 soon. And that will be the version that comes out with this means of compliance work that we're working on right now. So as I mentioned, we're talking about a data-centric standard. We're focused on the data coming off of any given data source. And so we're moving away from the traditional approach of certify the observation system itself and moving towards evaluate the reported weather elements in the performance of the data coming off of a data source. There are some general concepts identified like in situ, remote sensing, derived or analyzed data, but that's kind of where things stop. It's not going down to the specifics of the sensor itself. Now, the table I have up there right now is what people tend to hone in on, and that's this tiering table. And so right now, the standard's organized in such a way that there's tiers where 1, 2, and 3 indicate levels of performance. Tier 3 is the best. Tier 1 is technically, I mean, it's not bad, but it's just like the lowest quality that you can get and still have a tier on the data. The reason for that is because there could be sensors down the road that are even better that require tier 4 or tier 5 classification. But right now, I'll just kind of focus us around tier 3. And that's because tier 3 is aligned with ASOS's current performance requirements. The bottom line of all of this is that the current version, I like to think of it as a hybrid. It's kind of a stepping stone that's moving us away from this kind of certification approach towards this data performance approach. And so we're moving into this performance requirement, this performance realm. We haven't quite jumped over totally to data performance, but it's a huge step to think on this different paradigm of, okay, let's move away from each sensor. Let's talk about just the source of the data and see how the data is performing from any data source.
Chris, let me jump in quick. To the point that we were discussing earlier, I think the modularity of how this is being constructed is very important. First, to account for the complexity of what we were discussing earlier, the in-depth complexity from discussion with James and Mike, that we didn't even get to the point of how the information, we were talking about these models and didn't talk about, we hinted at different models and performance with James, but from the sense perspective, even things that one would think, you know, simple and obvious, such as wind direction, you know, wind direction from a propeller anemometer and with wind vane and a LiDAR and a derived from a radar, whatever, they're all very different and they get thrown out there as the same thing. And so we need to first create that common ground, even on that level. Added to that complexity layer that we were discussing earlier, the potential international use of this, where the aviation authority may have completely different resources to assess all of that. It becomes super complicated. And so what the tiering is going to allow, and you're going to see here, and the target on the information itself is, once, doesn't matter how you produce it, once it's there, can it be trusted equally? And if it can, to what level? And now, as a user of the information, I can create my own set of requirements where, let's say if I'm United UAV, I can say that, hey, in Fort Worth, we only operate under level 3 data. Well, and to keep it with the example from earlier, people probably going to crucify us later at some point. In Montana, we are okay operating at level 1, right? Because the risks are different and situations are different. So in this, the way that the standard is structured, you're allowing already the flexibility for these scenarios to be constructed. And so that's, I think, the key point of what Chris is presenting here.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you, Gus. All right, going one level deeper here, now we're tapping into what Gus and I are actively working on right now, and that's the means of compliance work group. And so this work group, it is trying to find a way to operationalize the standard. And so doing that requires documentation of how the compliance can be demonstrated by these different weather information providers. And so the goal of the group is to to build these objective, verifiable, and auditable pathways for each of the 3673 requirements. And so along the way, what we ran into and why it's taking a while for these means of compliance to be wrapped up is because we realize there's a number of requirements that were currently in there that we may just not be able to write a compliance mechanism for, or it was just a bit impractical. And so we've actually been doing kind of a check throughout the entire standard itself and working through to update any requirements that need updating. And now we've been working through the means of compliance side, developing what is going to be this means of compliance annex. And then the annex itself has its own individual appendices. And so Gus made this nice graphic on the right side that talks about the different levels we're diving into from the standard to this annex and to each of the appendices, where we have practical guidance of how you can actually go about this weather information source assessment. And I hone in on that Appendix A because that's the one we're going to dig into here in just a moment. Gus, do you have expansion you want to talk about with that graphic?
Yes, and that goes again to the point of the complexity and to the discussion earlier of how sometimes requirements are aspirational, because you're first limited by technology, by what's available, and then you have legal requirements and how things are written. And between the original desire and what actually gets published, you know, that's how you end up with the 2 + 2 = fish, right? And so the idea in constructing the standard with layers, and that the layers can have different versions, is that this is an organic document, is an organic thing that will evolve with the needs and the flight environment. And so the standard itself, as we are in -24, could change and could change freely as long as the changes are not regarding the data performance itself. And so that doesn't trickle anything down the line, right? And so if the change is just a legal change in some verbiage or anything like that, we don't need to go through the process of reviewing everything, making sure, going to ballot, all these things, and changing everything. So we first created this separation where each level can change independently and have its own versions. And depending on the change, it triggers changes downwards or not. So the first level that it would trigger change is the means of compliance. How do you determine that you're fulfilling that requirement or not? Which again, we really try to be flexible there because there are different authorities that are going to be using this and different resources at different levels. And what we noticed was that it became, again, impractical, right? Okay, we met the legal needs, we met I venture say potentially the political needs of this document. But what about the person that's going to be the boots on the ground that's going to go somewhere and stamp, okay, you're level 3, you're level 1. They need some practical information. So the last layer is that practical guidance of how to evaluate information that can, again, have parallel implementations, meaning for the same requirement, given one set of technologies available to authority A or authority B, they have their ways to verify and implement these things. But the key element that goes back to the discussion from earlier is that within the desired and the possible, right, the reality and the dream, now we're creating a way where you have a way to trace what was done and how it was done, right? And so if you want to verify later, if you want to change later, you can follow the paper trail and find it and go change exactly what you need to change and evolve exactly what you need to evolve without making this massive effort to do everything over again. Are you just yawning or do you have a question? Oh, sorry. But yeah, Yeah, so that's the idea with this structure here and the architecture of how the standards being important.
Awesome. All right. With no questions. And where do things stand now? Oh, we got a question. Let's see. Yeah, Mike.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was overviewing the document. Very impressive. But I do have a question about, people buy sensors, systems, they get out there. I currently am testing one of the IntelliSense MW sensors at my house, which is really fun. Getting ceilings at your house is really awesome. I can rarely compete with pilots in their airplanes, but I got ceilings, so really fun. But the question is, how long is it good for? How long is this thing going to stay in calibration? So in part of these accuracies, things degrade over time. How do you address that in these standards? Is there a needs to be calibrated every N years? Because, you're talking about statistics. Most people are going to go right to their manufacturer's tables and say, yeah, I've got this system, it's good. And then 3 years later, you're getting crud, right?
Yep.
That's a great point. You want to take it, Chris?
I'll kick it off and then I'll pass it. I want to pass the meat of that to you because we'll talk a little bit about that in the second half here as well. But the challenge of that is also like thinking about, okay, you get this new sensor, you get the new spec sheet for it. Well, does that translate directly over to this standard itself in that table I showed earlier? And it's a valid question because you may not know how those specs for the sensor were developed. Was it just based on the design of it, or was it actually tested in, say, like a wind tunnel, or was there actually some mechanism to hook up that LiDAR that's checking your ceilings to ensure that it was pinging the clouds appropriately? So there needs to be this continuous evaluation of the performance of that. And so while there are avenues in the standard that will come out with the means of compliance that suggests that if you cannot do regular field checks on it, you may need to have protocols for regular calibrations. But if you can do these live field checks and demonstrate that the performance is following its original tiered performance or original graded performance, if it's still tracking with that, you can show that in the field with your methodologies, then you're good. You can keep it out there. And that's because each sensor will have different manufacturer requirements, different calibration requirements. And we want to steer away from focusing specifically on the sensor and focus on how is that data performing? Is it performing the same 3 months from deployment as it was the first month, 3 years from the day of deployment as the first day of deployment? And so we that's why we're flexible with the methodologies that are being applied, because it will be different for each different type of sensor that Gus was mentioning earlier. Gus, what can you add?
Yeah, Mike, and the second, so the very first stage of starting point, I would say, of using the standard is initial tiering and verification. But in slide 6, we'll be able to have later, one of this very second pillar of this whole thing is the quality control measurement. And I would add to that to your point, actually, that the standard not only encompasses this idea of down the line, as the years go past, but it also encompasses the potential variability of a source given its operational envelope. So if I am a propeller, wind vane, anemometer, I may not work well at 4 meters per second winds or below 4 meters per second. And so I can't necessarily be able to claim that I'm putting out data at below those wind speeds that is level 3. And so there's a dynamic aspect as weather conditions changes and you're in and out of your operational envelope, all built in the process here of the quality control.
Yes, support of Judge Climate Mission. So just building off of Mike Splitt's question, it seems there's 2 components to this where, like he described, he as an operator might have, like he's saying, IntelliSense sensor, right?
Yeah.
Now that's been installed in a particular way in that particular location.
Yeah.
Right. When you're talking about how good that data is, there's one question of how good is that data and does it continue to be good in that operating environment? And then there's the other question, which is, oh, you can say, no, it's the person who sold the sensor to the operator, the IntelliSense, right, who can go back and say, well, we've done all our validation studies for this particular sensor, and here are the results showing that the sensor continues to be a good sensor. So which do you use?
Yeah, that's
right.
a great point. And in a sense, we're kind of stealing our own thunder here, but we'll actually have a little part of that. But I'll briefly address it and maybe come back to it, because one of the things you're going to see in a very convoluted diagram in a few slides is that you could get, something, Campbell Scientific, trusted wind sensor that everybody's been using for the past 30 years, and you put it under a box inside a locked closet, is that data relevant? Right? The specs of the sensor are great, and you will see here today that there is a case, and so let me actually go back here one step, because this is actually a discussion that's been a part of FPAW, a few FPAWs actually, and I always bring up the discussion of a few presentations that Mike Split has done on that. Is one, how representative is the sensor of the region and the siting of the sensor, right? That's a pretty important aspect. So the practical guidance goes to these things. And you'll see actually there are scenarios where you actually don't want to follow installation guidance. For example, if you have you want to put a wind direction sensor on a heliport, that you don't want a climatological mesoscale reference of the wind. You want to know the wind value right next to the ladder entrance to the heliport, because you want to, if you're approaching it, you want that information. And so that's why the metadata group that Jamie leads, that Chris was referencing, is so important, because now you have traceability. Okay, is this a sensor that's super local, installed under an alternative use, or is this climatological representative of the region? And this would be broadcast indicator for that. And so that's why I like the way we're Brendan supervised, but I like the way we're doing this in terms of robustness and how we can address all these different scenarios, because it is wild. Honestly, we've been having, I don't know, Chris, how long have we been having meetings about this? More than a year? And every time we discuss it, there's another case, and we're like, oh, we didn't think about that case. And so it is wild. But sorry, go on, Chris.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm going to jump ahead to this next one, give us a quick overview here, because I'll say I've been impressed at how on time we've stayed today. So I don't want to break that with the last session. Now,
Randy already told me she will cut us off.
We've got that standard published. I mentioned that in 2024 of November. Our group is expecting that we'll get to ballot with our recommended revisions by May of this year. That means we could see the 2026 version published in the fall. And then from there, that's where I mentioned the ongoing development that needs to continue. We need to start thinking about nowcast products too, or forecast products, and how do we deal with that uncertainty? How do we come up with a performance-based approach to that? I would love to work on kicking off another working group to focus specifically on that once we get past this. Or if you're ready to kick it off, let's kick it off and get that going as well. Let's see, is this running? It is. So what you'll see running on the right, what's that?
The video's going.
Cool. You'll see on the right side a really cool product here. This is the FAA weather camera program. Now they've also got this thing called the Visual Weather Observation System. It is not new necessarily. It's been deployed for some time in test environments there in Alaska, and it's been working really effectively. But what is new is that about 15 minutes down the street from me, we now have one in Bermuda Run, North Carolina. And so now they're progressing and moving these systems into the contiguous US as well. And the goal of these systems is to use ASOS grade instrumentation, deploy these instruments, and demonstrate how they can be effective combined with their weather camera program. And it's these really cool 360-degree cameras. You can see how they work in the last portion of that video. And so they're updating, and you'll see actually the updates in the first part of my video there. Every 10 minutes, we get an updated weather breakdown of conditions. You can see the trends through time, and then you can actually see the visibility and what's going on from that 360-degree camera. You'll see also on the 360-degree camera, there's little pointers there. I click on one at the end. It's these visual cues where you can see how far, say, a cell phone tower is in the distance. And so if it's foggy, you can get an idea of what is that fog and how much visibility is there. Now, I want to focus on the VWAS because we got a great question ahead of this event. Someone asking how the VWAS would it be something that could go through the standard? And absolutely it could. And that could be a pathway that may be quicker than the traditional certification approach, where we can look at the performance of the data coming from the VWAS and focus on that. And the cool thing about the standard is it doesn't have to be the same performance for the entire system. The wind for a given system, so say the wind might be a tier 2, the visibility might be a tier 3, where the temperature might be a tier 1. Now, so it can be different. It's not just system encompassing, it's based on the parameters of the system. And so
Yeah, too. Sorry, Chris. Also,
Go for it.
compliment Chris's point, or thing I forgot to add, is that as part of the standard, when we're actually reviewing as part of the means of compliance, one of the things we actually removed from the standard to remove some of the complications that are difficult from the previous discussions is complex weather phenomena. So for example, we removed all language of thunderstorms because there's some of these weather phenomena definitions vary from this institution to institution. They're not clear. Sometimes they're even defined as based on measurements of a sensor, let's say radar reflectivity, things like that. So we actually stripped the standard down to the simplest weather variables we could. So wind speed, wind direction, temperature, relative humidity, things like that. Lightning presence, turbulence, things. We try to be as atomic as possible, because once we have these, I think Chris can jump on to the next one. Once we have these complex systems, then we need to now start evaluating the system. Each measurement of the system or even each information may have different levels of novelty, different levels of quality, things like that. So, sorry, go ahead, Jason.
all good. I just let that one up there. I'm going to actually jump to the next one here because we've got the VWAS that we're going to talk about. And so, Gus, you're going to be taking lead on this one here. I'm just going to give the quick rundown. The VWAS, like I said, it's that AWAS grade technology. It provides detection and monitoring of wind speed, wind direction, temperature, barometer, so pressure information, visibility, salometer in some applications, but then this supplemental weather cams. So Gus, why don't you talk through and take over about why I have like well-established and new on there in our initial analysis here.
Yeah. Before I do that,
You should keep going just
All right.
as a
Great.
conversation.
all right.
I'll come back.
We'll see if we can Trinity lets us discuss it. But to summarize, I think what we've been hinting at is that we have at the same time technologies such as weather UAS, as we developed here at Oklahoma State University and Oklahoma in general, that are new technologies that haven't been necessarily tried and true, as same as, you know, a salometer or a anemometer. And we can have these systems. these sensors, I should say, or sensing systems deployed as a larger system, such as the DWAS. And so even in one, let's call it provider, in one system, you have different metrics, different information, and they all have different ages and acceptances and uses. And also, because this is a new ecosystem with entrants that are long established and new alike, right? We have to have a way to assess their performance, either through existing data or laboratory testing. So it is much easier to take a weather UAS and put it in the chamber and do a test and see its performance, right? But I can't take DFW's AWAS and put it in the chamber and test it, right? And so the standard needs to accommodate these things. So I think for the PWAS, which I think is a great example because it is something new, but that leverages tried and true technology. So I'm going to take two parameters here as examples of how these things could work. I'm going to take wind speed and direction. Actually, I'm going to take just wind direction. And then I'm going to take the visibility there because it has a representative of something that's well established and something that's new, right? The camera work with the visibility that's new, the wind direction that's fairly well established. So Chris, if you want to go to the next one. And so what it looks like, the ecosystem of the standard is this diagram that I told you guys that was very convoluted, that actually starts, I will point out, here in the middle, and then already goes two very different ways, which is this thing that we're talking about, is this wind direction sensed, or is this inferred? Is this modeled? Where's this coming from? Because they're very different. I can't put a model in the chamber and test it, right? I can't put inferred, let's say, inferred data from an IMU from a UAS and test it the same way I can test a wind data, right? So they need to have different paths. So I'll go to the top path because it's the quickest and easiest, I'd say. Which is the calculated or derived data that is not directly sensed. And if you go up that path, oh, that's nice. Thank you, Chris. The first thing we also need to look at is this thing has historical data already because we can't test it the same way. If it does have a year of data, why are we talking about a year of data here? Because we're trying to get seasonal and cyclical events, because another element of this thing is that let's say cup anemometer deployed in Alaska doesn't work the same way that it does when it's deployed in Florida. Right? Issues are different, the bugs are different. By bugs I mean literal insects, not computer bugs. And all these things need to be taken into account. So for the calculated variables, we approach it kind of to the question that Mike was asking, which is more of a quality control, historical data analysis of performance. And that's also the path you're going to see for well-known sensors that can't be removed from the field. So we wanted to also be able to include those, but we got to be realistic and say that, yeah, we're not going to take PFW's AWAS and put it in the chamber and run it through its paces. So we got to look at historical data and see the performance and see other forms of validation. And once we look at that, we can assess it as a means of compliance and quality control. That follows that path. And if you go down, Chris, which is I think more relevant for the AWAS discussion path here, is the SANS variable, which will encompass direct, in situ, remotely, and other forms. And the first thing that we got to decide what we're looking at is this climatological, meaning is it supposed to represent a region, or is this an alternative use of data? So is this that anemometer right at the vertiport or heliport? which would be flagged by the metadata. If it is climatological, is it using accepted siting guidance? For example, Mike presented in one of the previous FPAWs that actual DFW has a whole issue with wind direction because the tower actually blocks the wind direction sensor. I think it's maybe out of the east. Can't remember. But so we got to check if the siting is correct to see how relevant that information really is. And if it is, we can then start performance guidance. But if it's not, there are two possible paths. Either you're proposing on terms of siting, or there's a real issue that prevents you. In that case, you need to be evaluated, because in that case, a little less automatic. You need to supply your aviation authority with a reason why you're not following the siting that way. And then once you pass that, and you're let's say valid for either justified site alternative or an actual valid siting use, you go up there. Yeah, you're in the right spot there. And you start to evaluate, hey, is this a well-known, established, or a new collection method? And if they're well-known, that's going to take you more to the path of a quality control evaluation of data, where you have data throughout the years and different seasons that you can go back and analyze the performance of that over time. That's a once. But if it is something new, like the camera work, you're going to go into the table 1 from the standard, which says, okay, visibility has to be accurate for this distance at 90% confidence, et cetera, all that the standard will tell you is the requirement for performance of that information, in this case, visibility. But then you still have the question, how do you evaluate that? How do I test that? And so that's where that last layer of practical guidance come about, where you have an actual table. You can go to the next slide, please. That, for example, for wind direction, if it was something new or well-known that we're evaluating either physically or through historical data, we have the tier, the requirement of the tier broken down into practical tests that can be performed and then be traced. You know, for something that's new, you have to perform it throughout the whole year to make sure that you can do it in the winter as well as summer. And you want to break down your wind directions into the number of directions of the different resolutions, and then test it at different speeds, because it's not going to work at all speeds the same. If it's something more mechanical, like wind vane, et cetera. And then you can go to the next one, Chris. Not a rush to this, so we're on time. Then if it's visibility, for example, another the example that we're talking about here. So DWAS would take their wind direction, and as they apply through all that decision matrix, they would find out that they're well-known. So they're following that table with the previous slide, just follow the well-known test procedures. And if they're already installed, they would follow those test procedures through data quality and looking back at the data they already have instead of control experiments. But for their visibilities, stuff that's new, now we have to go through a more controlled experiment, and it has to be over the period that would represent their siting. Let's say if it's something like Alaska, if it's something like Florida or Oklahoma, where they need to account for the variability from the seasons and what that entails. And then they got to repeat, essentially they got to repeat the experiments of well-known throughout all the different seasons and number of times to create that mass of data that would allow someone to go and certify. This is one example of one possible practical guidance on how to implement this thing. Then again, because, for example, here in the US, we have national measurements, we have an LDS, we have all these national networks that we can compare data and performance to if we were to even be cited and need to evaluate. We have NIST laboratories, we have places that we can do trace experiments, but that may not be the reality elsewhere. And so they need to be able to define the practical guidance that's accommodates their technological realities and have something that's strict. And although that was super rushed because I'm getting this thin guy over there, I just wanted to open up for questions, discussions. Joel.
I covered one. Chris is not surprised by that. He went to college.
So Chris, this is Joe Siegel, FA.
Yes. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Joel.
So big questions here coming from somebody who literally ran the non-federal AWOS program for years at this point. I see a lot of benefits here. In fact, after I believe it was the 23 version that came out, I made a comment to leadership that said, we should watch this because this could be an alternative. And for those who have not read the AWOS citing requirements, I'm going to shoot the non-fed program in the foot because I no longer support them. And I don't mind doing this. There's an exception in there, 1-5, that essentially says that if you can prove you're there or good, commission the system. Nobody's taken advantage of that because we've never had a way to take advantage of that. I see this as being a potential way to do that within reason, but it leads to several questions on my end, which is, will the means of compliance, we kind of danced around the question a few times, specify how to prove the data source accuracy. Mike brought it up, he kind of, opened that can of worms there of, if you've got an IntelliSense system, and Mike, I'm familiar with that system, I'll share a secret with you here in a little bit. But there's an issue of, if I've got that system, how am I going to prove that it's performing correctly? So you essentially have to put that system right next to something that is certified, but I'm also one of the first people to say that AWOS is not infallible. So if you put one of these systems right next to the AWOS, which one is right? And then you've got to also remember that a lot of the AWOS algorithms are time average. So are the same time averaging algorithms being accounted for in the system that is also measuring the same stuff? So all that being said, do the means of compliance cover any of that?
The means of compliance do not, but the practical guidance can.
Okay.
And what's the differentiation? The means of compliance is a little bit binary. I would say almost for legal reasons, it's more like yes or no. Am I compliant or not? But the how am I compliant is, I think, the question you're asking. And originally, before I was tugged, because I saw when I started working on this and I saw this opportunity to get all my dreams and wishes on paper, I was like, yes, you got to do this, and it has to be this strict because, after all, I'm an engineer, a measurement specialist, and so I wanted to lay down the law. Trust me. So you got to do this number of times, and it has to be infallible and traceable. And then the guys were like, yeah, nobody's going to ever be able to meet that. And I agree. And so technically, you can make the practical guidance as strict or not as you wish as the authority, right? And when I started writing it, I already saw another problem to what you're saying is that I can take a cup thermometer, a wind vane, and put it in a very controlled setting and guarantee you the resolution in degrees of not a cup thermometer, but of wind vane, right? For that system at 2.5 meters per second. I can do that. That's fairly easy. Can't do that with visibility. I can't, I don't have a chamber to test visibility. And so then the rubber meets the road. what's next best thing? Okay. What is the thing? What is the system for visibility that has allowed us so far to fly safely? And we consider the current safe way to operate. Okay, how good am I against that? And that's one of the things actually when I first, Brianna and I, actually big shout out to Brianna Coney. She has been amazing working and so leading this effort with me. Her and I worked a lot on this, and originally one of the first practical guidance that we wrote said, okay, you got to take your sensor to site right next to the reference network. Let's say lightning proof. You got to go this much distance from an LDS sighting place, and you got to hit as many as they're hitting, and the winter, the summer, the spring for 10 events each in these conditions broken down. And you can even see a little bit that in the wind direction. You gotta be able to tell direction from speeds this much to this much with this kind of error. So you can do it. And the beauty is that you can do it differently according to the reality of each parameter that you can measure. And you can actually have these practical guidances be kind of terrible. You could have, and we're going to so we get in trouble for this, but I'm going to say, you could have one for the Northeast and one for Montana that are different, and that's acceptable. You know, they could live in parallel, it's fine. And so to answer your question, is not the place of the standard technically to define that, because the standard is not the aviation authority, right? And it's standards in an action. But the standard creates the mechanisms to which that can, which is the practical. So that's why that I'm so fond of that architecture.
So Gus and Chris, it's three path forward.
You got an algorithm expert with his hand up online.
And you have an algorithm expert with his hand up online, and another question online, and Trinity is going to have all of our eyes.
I will say this then, if you're on the tour today, you're excused, and if you want to nerd out.
Okay, there you go. So we who are on the tour can leave our stuff in the room? What?
That's a Trinity question.
Okay.
So stuff in the room, okay, they can come
So
back. and get-
command decision, people on the tour can go tour.
Get out of here.
People who want to hear people talking about needs of compliance, and practical guidance and all this stuff can hang and do that.
You told me they had. I didn't. Relationships now forever. Okay, so they guess ready best.
And the question online, to pick up, either you or Chris take a look at it from Ismail, and
Yeah,
he's asking, I think a really good question about this, and he told about everybody.
yes. Randy, what's up?
Well, I wouldn't call myself an algorithm expert by any means, but I actually have a question. You mentioned that, a particular sensor, the data in it could actually fall under different tiers. One set of data could be a tier 1, another set could be a tier 2. How does the user know that? Is that going to be, it's not going to be obviously in the data itself. So how does a user know what tier that data is in? That's my first question. And then my second question is, as a sensor may degrade over time, and maybe it changes from a tier 1 to a tier 2 or vice versa.
Oh, sorry.
Is the
One
Go ahead.
second, we have a quick logistical announcement here, and then we'll resume. Sorry, pardon me. Go ahead.
For tomorrow morning, the address to get there is online on the maps on the website. You will be meeting there at 8 a.m. If you're driving yourself, there should be parking issues. Be there at 8 a.m. We're not meeting here. For the Excel tier system, we're meeting outside and vehicle driving. For right now, that makes sense?
Monitor now,
Yes.
All right, sorry, Randy, let's carry on.
No, go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead. I'll answer my first question first, and then I'll ask the second one.
Yeah, let me take a stab at that, Gus.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Randy, on the first one, yeah, so you can have different tiers for the different parameters that a system provides. So even if we talk about that IntelliSense, which is one single small box, you know, it's a system. It gives you wind speed, temperature, precipitation. Each of those can have, say, a different tier. And now through time, that part of the question, it can change through time. And so it could say degrade, but still be a tier 1 capability, and you're okay with that. Well, okay, then it maintains a tier 1 capability as long as that's being followed. But how does someone know about that? How does someone know about the change? Well, that's where the metadata comes in. And that's where things are tracked in the metadata of it being a tier 1. In addition to that, there's reporting requirements in the standard itself as well. Those include weekly documentation with quarterly reports that are published publicly about all the different data, weather data information that weather information provider is disseminating. And so it's a lot of traceability that's baked in to try to capture that. I want to say one more thing and then I'll pass off the mic. I mentioned that this is a stepping stone, and that's an important consideration because right now the tiers make quite a bit of sense when we talk about humans interpreting this data, humans monitoring the metadata, looking at the tiers, having, say, color coding in their own system to see what a tier 1 or a tier 3 sensor is, where they can filter it, for example. But as we move towards machine to machine, we need to ask ourselves the questions, does that tiering still make sense? Or is there just a need to understand what the uncertainty is of that observation? And so, Ishmael, I think this goes towards kind of what you're saying about visibility. You asked, is it well known for its accuracy, or you don't think it's well known for its accuracy and challenges with cold climates? Well, right now we do have that tiering mechanism where it requires to be fit in with either non-tiered, tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. But is that the future? Maybe, maybe not. But that's where we can start to have these conversations too of, is there a future iteration that is just talking about what's the uncertainty of the data, regardless of its accuracy or within a given tier, just report the uncertainty and the machine can really deal with that uncertainty well where it's challenging for a human. But right now we're not there. Right now we're in tiers that make sense from the human operator perspective, and that's why it fits in with this current version.
And Randy, I'll add one point to Randy and Joel. There are a few requirements regarding data retention and documentation retention within the standard that I think support the organic growth of the standard. So as cases happen and that data is stored and we can go back and look and trace and say like, oh no, we got to tighten it here, we've got to loosen it up there. We can evolve this whole thing, and I think that's very good and dynamic for the environment.
I think it's related to this. For the cold climate and the warm climate, those visibility sensors do not work at the same way. I think that we have to separate them because I compare them in the Arctic. 3-4 the different visibility sensors all making different measurements.
Yep.
We should be careful. Yeah.
In addition to that, too, visibility sensor algorithms are purposefully programmed to be pessimistic at the low values as well. So even though actual visibility may be at a mile, the visibility sensor may read in the VTAR closer to about a half to a quarter mile to err on the side of pessimism. And so that's why I was asking earlier about the comparison of the algorithms, because that's going to be an issue that we're going to see in the future as well.
Yeah, and that's interesting because, for example, one of the practical guidance that we're supplying with the initial version of the means of compliance says that a new sensor or a new
information needs to be tested that number of times throughout that year, right? To capture all these things in an environment equivalent to where it's intended to be deployed. So that captures, I think, a bit of the point that Ishmael is talking about, is that you can't say that you tested this sensor in Florida and then go ahead and deploy it in Alaska.
Yeah.
Randy, I think you had a follow-up, Randy?
Yeah, so the reason I asked that, and kind of my second part of the question is, whether that tier information is archived, and it really doesn't have anything to do with aviation, but more on the legal aspect of things. Right now for legal cases and things like that, we're really limited to using things like ASOS and AWOS because they're the certified things. But this gives us an avenue where you could potentially use a lot of other data that we haven't been able to use before, as long as we can, refer back to the tier that it was listed at that time. And, in some cases, this may be 4, 5, 8 years, in the past. So I'm not saying that, we could use it now, but say, if you've got something that's a tier 1 data now, that 5 years from now, we've got to look back at it, and maybe it's for research purposes as well. Can you look back at it and say, oh yeah, that was a tier 1, data set. And so we know the accuracy is within, this amount to be used. So is that something, is that kind of tier data going to be something you can look at in the future and say, yes, it was that at this point, but now it's, this at this point, or something like that?
Yeah, potentially. And here's where it got nuanced in the standard, and we actually made an adjustment with the means of compliance group to try to address that. And so the approach to balance the challenges for the industry side and the cost accrued on them, because it's going to be a unique balance between our typical operation approach, which is taxpayers are getting a public benefit and we're storing all that data forever, versus a business is trying to sustain itself and may not be able to pay that storage cost forever. And so the approach taken is that in the standard, it goes back to the relevant regulatory authority to state how long that data needs to be stored for. And so it will not be some set amount internationally. It will be back to, say, in the United States, the FAA will state that that data needs to be retained for 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, etc. And so that will be actually a requirement where it's not required in the standard. It falls back to the regulatory authority to determine how long that data needs to be maintained. And so I think from the scientist's perspective, I would love to write in there, like, and initially I tried to write in there that it had to be stored for a certain amount of time, but I got a lot of pushback.
I can testify to that.
Yeah, so we could not do that. And that was kind of our compromise was, okay, let's fall back to the regulatory authority to keep consistency with what has, or try to keep consistency with what has been done historically when it comes to like looking back at accident investigations and how long they would like you to keep the data for those purposes and for those legal purposes.
Okay, all right, thanks.
And I'll do a clever segue here to Mike, because in connected to discussions, Mike actually had a really good presentation where he's showing that standard definition of nearby stations or sensors may not be reflective of the actual path or shape of the weather pattern, and that could really affect your analysis of it all. And so to that point, if you're trying to land at Mike Split's backyard to deliver, a vegan wrap, might be that whole backyard sensor that Mike has is the best sensor you have and not the ultra certified AWAS 10 miles away, right? And so, Mike, with that comment, I open the floor for your question and comment.
Okay, but I'm going to make a comment first, and that is, believe it or not, if I could make mine publicly available, it would have been useful. We've had helicopters landing in the park right behind where we live, and why is that? It's these emergency things where somebody needs to get medevac to Orlando. They take them to the park that's behind us, and the helicopters come in. I'm like, I know when it's happening. I can hear woo, 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 woo. And I go out there and start taking video of the, and then I see where it's going. It's going to Orlando to one of the hospitals up there. So it's like, yeah, that would have been available really locally and potentially useful to somebody. So that's just kind of a funny aside.
And Mike, to your point, that is not far from the reality at all. I've worked the past 2 years with a California company that is developing a VTOL aircraft to take a paramedic to the site of an accident so that the paramedic can start treatment while the ambulance is on its way. And that paramedic is not a full-on pilot. So it's a mostly remote aircraft that's taking a person that's going to land the closest to the accident possible, which could be, behind your backyard, and then run to your neighbor's house. So it's a reality.
Yeah. So to my question, the new sensors, kind of the visual observations from cameras, right? Standards there I have a question about. Student just got a PhD here, did very good work on using machine learning to identify cloud types from the images. But the question is, okay, so we can claim so much accuracy. We can say towering cumulus, we could get cumulonimbus, whatever. But how would you even validate it? How would it something new, kind of like that? And that even goes to the visual visibility that comes from the weather cameras too. That's is that slant range visibility, completely horizontal visibility? This is like a wild west of new stuff. But again, how would we validate the kind of machine learning? It's not like a not like a NIST traceable kind of thing, right? Do you have thoughts on that?
I can answer that.
Go ahead,
Actually, so Kevin Cromfield over with Collins Aerospace. Oh gosh, when was that year? 2016, 2017 timeframe. Ended up joining in on an AWS adventure where it was crowdsourcing. And so what they did is they offered people to go online, create an Amazon account, and you got 1 to 5 cents per click that you did. And what they did is they would put the camera image on one side and the clear weather image on the other side, and you would essentially just click from a drop down what visibility you had, whether you could see the 1 mile peak or the 5 mile peak. And they did that for about 3-ish months and collected hundreds of thousands of data points. And then they built that into the algorithm from the way I understand it.
Yeah, I got that. And so how is that traceable? It's a warm fuzzy from people, right? But there's other things like, what if we decided, hey, we also can see down this way and give you slant range visibility? What are the kind of traceable standards for that kind of stuff?
And that's where funny enough, you mentioned slant range, because that's like Brianna's biggest pet peeve. To the point that we actually made a recommendation to change the requirement on the standard to separate the different types of visibility. And so slant range is a separate one because we want it to be the most atomic possible of the weather parameter and not necessarily the weather phenomenon. And so in that goes to the answer I gave Joe that, okay, what is the current best accepted by the FAA? Okay, how are you compared to that? Because honestly, there's no other way. Like I can't,
Okay,
I can't,
for cloud type though, what is there an FAA standard besides
So-
somebody somebody looking out the window? We don't even Canadians actually have that in their and a bunch of their METARs actually have cloud type information. We don't do that in the US. Except maybe a comment, pilot reports.
yeah.
What do
And
you do with something
we
like
don't do that
that?
in the standard either, by the way. That's not one of the variables that's in the standard.
Yeah. Now, let me make a comment here, though. The standard is not going to be a panacea. It's not going to account for everything we're talking about here. And that's why, again, it's a stepping stone. It's working towards getting feedback like this to figure out what do we need to bring in and keep working on and bring into that next revision, right? And importantly, a nuance of the standard is you can still comply with the standard and not be tiered, right? So you could not be a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. It could just be non-tiered, but you comply with every other aspect of the standard itself. And we're not stating that, that prevents it from being used in operational decisions. That's up to the CAA to say, okay, if they comply with the standard, they also need to be tiered for that data to be integrated in the National Airspace System. Because if it's non-tiered, it could still be leveraged for supplemental information for any operation, just like we use supplemental data today, but we don't make it for flight decisions.
So to follow up, do you have a tier for, we have no way of knowing what this is rated to? You can report it, but we're going to give you tier 0 or something as it's just
non-tier.
Yeah, that would be the non-tiered category. But with non-tiered, you still need to report. There's still requirements for reporting things like accuracy, or at least what your accuracy is and how you're coming up with that, even if we don't have a methodology in the current means of compliance to address it. But I mean, we certainly don't want to limit it, because that's the type of evidence we need to be collecting to inform future iterations of the standard itself.
So if you're participating, you're creating a paper trail, but you may or may not be involved in decision-making processes. And because also you got to be mindful that this is supporting several different types of operations. And so each operation may have different requirements. And so let's say if we're flying urban environments, fully autonomous with people, maybe you're limited to only using level 3 data. If you're flying, visual assisted, small scale, rural environment, maybe you're allowed to use non-tiered data. And so the standard itself doesn't create that choke point. It enables the documentation and traceability of what happened, what was used, how it was used.
Yep.
Any more questions?
We say we have one more.
Yeah. And by the way, none of you are hostages. You're free to stay, enjoy. This is overtime. This is extra geeking. I just wanted to make sure that we get to answer whoever has questions on it. It's not rude, Tyler, if you need to drive to Norman.
This isn't really a question, but and you guys touched on it, but I wanted to just mention citing. So some of the work we did for the FAA, we looked at 33 commercially available weather stations, from companies that actually make the AWOS sensors to the $99 Amazon weather station you can get and throw in your backyard. And of those 33, 19 of them met the tier 3 standard for wind speed and wind direction for range and accuracy, including some of the cheaper ones, which we were a little bit surprised at. And that's based on the manufacturer specifications in the user guide. So obviously take that for what it's worth. But it really depends on where you cite them. And I know you guys talked about that a bit. And how do we know where people are citing their personal weather stations? And there's the Citizen Weather Observer Program citing guide. But if you have a tree next to your wind sensor that's 5 feet off the ground, how do we capture that in the metadata? It doesn't have to be a VWAS quality, but it has to be cited correctly. Or, as you were saying, for Mike's backyard, he might get that vegan wrap, and the winds are what the winds are there. Now, I'm not going to get a vegan wrap. I might get a roast beef sandwich from Publix, but when they deliver it to my backyard, I've got an acre of property here in North Carolina with no trees. So my wind sensor cited really well. So as they're dropping that sandwich down, they're not going to have any problem delivering that because the winds are what they are and it's pretty open. But even if you do have some blockages, the winds are what the winds are where that weather sensor is when you're flying in that area. So how do we as a community figure out how to capture metadata so that these weather stations can be used but knowing what their quality is? And we've had those discussions with Elizabeth at Synoptic about their quality control and whatnot also. So do you guys see a route to the siting issue as opposed to the tier 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, and actually, the sighting is one of the first decisions in that diagram that we showed earlier in
I saw that.
terms
Yep.
of the tiering, exactly because of that. Because, for example, you could take the same sensor, put it in your backyard, and then put it in Mike's backyard, right? Your sensor, because you have no trees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, could actually be representative of the region. Right. Your wind could be somewhat representative of the region, and that's reflected in the metadata, and therefore people can leverage that to make analysis that are going to enable operations in a broader, maybe a little further away from your backyard, that they're flying a little far away. And then Mike's sensor is also flagged as not as alternative sighting, right? Either with a justification for alternative sighting, which allows him to then, within the alternative sighting, be tiered, or even if he's not with the reasonable justification, to exist and flag as non-tiered alternative sighting, right? Because even for the rep delivery operation, even if you take all your regional winds, once that rep, breaks the tree lines and the fence line there, the winds are going to be different, and so the drop calculation actually needs to take that into account. And so again, for that operation, Mike's sensor, right next to his fence might be the best, to be quite honest, as long as it's all disclosed and known through the metadata.
Well, that's it. How do we capture the metadata? Is that something that we need to work with the CWAP program to get people that own a personal weather station to volunteer and somehow fill out some paperwork or something with pictures or whatnot to show what their metadata is and what their weather station is?
That's the important thing that comes back to the standard on the weather information provider. And so that is where that traceability comes into play, because, if a weather information provider, so say Synoptic, wants to become a weather information provider, giving this data back to aviation and into the National Airspace System, then the responsibility ends up being back on Synoptic to figure out how to do that. Or like for us, True Weather, it's on us to figure out how we gather that type of information if we want to serve it back into the National Airspace System. And so there's requirements of, you need to have metadata on where is it located, maybe even a picture of the site, all this type of information. And it could be that Synoptic has a program that pulls in the CWAP and then says, okay, here's the additional information you need to provide us in a form. But it wouldn't be, the standard doesn't have a mechanism, or wouldn't be a way to say, okay, we need to go out and find a way to do this. That's where it comes back to the weather information provider to say, okay, it's my responsibility if I want to serve this data to make sure that metadata is included. How do I go about doing that?
Yeah, and that's why also the diagram on the practical guidance asks the question, is there accepted siting guidance available? If not, you could be and you want to be a provider, which, by the way, just to clarify,
this ecosystem is a commercial ecosystem. So we're talking companies here. So we wouldn't necessarily be talking about Mike Split, but if Mike Split decided to become a provider, registered, et cetera, and create his company, splitting barbs, that's that's slightly different scenario. And then he would enter the ecosystem and then follow. Even I think the important point is that the way the standard is structured, it would allow, let's say, if there isn't a sighting guidance for putting a sensor on a fence line, right? Mike could be the first one to propose it and submit relevant documentation to the aviation authority that may decide to accept it or not.
But the way that it's written in the doc or in the slide that you had up there was our sighting standards published.
Yeah, available, yeah.
The answer is yes. It's always going to be yes here in the United States because the 6560.286 for aviation at least. So if you want to use a sensor for aviation purposes, you're still going to have to go to the 6560.20 for the sighting requirements.
Well, I'm assuming that this document is not going to have the specific case of how to put it in the fence line in the backyard.
It's going to tell you can't.
Yeah, then
That problem. So this is where we run into the issue on the FPA side. Is we kind of started like very gently pulling on this thread just to try and see like what kind of a barrier are we going to be in this.
yeah. But then again, it is the aviation authority.
Correct.
What?
And that's what we're,
Yeah.
and so that's why I say there's an exception there of one
Yeah.
that actually probably, but if you can prove to us that data are good, we have to approve it. And therefore you don't have to abide by the sighting requirements that we've got.
Yeah.
But you have to prove to us that the data are good, which means you've got to go through that 1 year's worth of data collection first.
Yeah.
But per flow chart, I don't think you can get up there until you pass the sighting test.
So the sighting similar to the 1 year requires you to submit a justification of why the sighting is the way it is for approval by the authority. So you submit like you make your case for your sighting, and we leave it up for the authority to say yay or nay past that, because the authority could reject it flat out. So like, no, I don't care. Don't even bother. Or they could say like, well, I give you a pass if you show me, I'll give you a pass on this sighting if you show me the data's good. So it's essentially that's the mechanism that's baked in there.
So it still gives us the ability to have a requirement for that information through a different part of that flow chart.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yep.
Again, very challenging to account for all of these things with it.
Yep.
And as Chris keeps saying, is a stepping stone.
Thanks.
Mike, I see your hands up. Don't want to miss it.
Okay. Just want to say, I agree with some of the comments about the metadata. ASOS could use the metadata available. They've got situations with glide slope instrumentation blocking the flow from, in directional bins, and also some very poorly cited ones. That aside, I ran across with a student. Every year there's always something new. We had out west, did directional statistics given haze, and the student had haze coming from a certain direction. We're like, okay, what's going on there? We think it's weather related. Like it doesn't have an observer. Maybe it's smoke and it's from a forest coming from that direction. We're looking in, no forest that direction. It's along the valley flow. We're drilling down closer in the satellite. We see this white patch on the north side of the airport. Don't know what it is. Get into the airport master plans. Get it to some hand-drawn thing that shows a gravel pit in that direction. So, wind's coming from the gravel pit. Haze is getting reported. That could be a metadata thing. How do you quality control that, right? But you can imagine metadata could go above and beyond just documenting that you're within the standards. It could go into giving people more value-added information. Is that a thought in that process?
It's a thought and it's not a requirement. That I think that's the important distinction. It's not requiring that someone provide all of the additional information that could be relevant to support the operations. But there's going to be the base, there's no limitation to include that, I should say. And so the goal is to have a foundational kind of backbone metadata to start, and then allow a structure that can include this additional supplemental information that may not be required, but may be useful, and then work from there. See if it does become a requirement, and there is a requirement. Like the site photo, I think, is going to be the biggest starting point to see how that works, and that will be part of the requirement for metadata.
Again, stepping stone, not easy.
Yeah. Well, what I think is good, especially with all this engagement, is that kind of wrapping up here with a call for additional or follow-up engagement on this is the group. It's a large group. We have, I would say, about like 15, 20 people who are actively involved in the development of this. And then we've got 70 people on my list right now in my listserv that are observers, and they're involved in kind of the updates I send out, and also involved in this initial internal review that we're doing. And the review has not officially kicked off yet. If you're interested in getting involved, I can still add you to the listserv. It can either be directly involved in the internal review, or if you just want to be on the periphery and observe what we're doing and not have to wait for the next published version, let me know, shoot me an email, or let Gus know, and we can get you onto that listserv and involved in our monthly meetings so that you can stay informed on our progress being made and get the most updated documents before they go to publication. Yeah. But thank you all. That was awesome. Great to have all this engagement and interest in this. Always looking forward to seeing how we can improve this and what the next steps are going to be after we get this means of compliance pushed through.
Thank you, Mike. Did you notice how your presentations are always top of mind of how things go wrong?
It's awesome. Cool.
All right.
Well, thank you. That was a good day. Thanks, Gus.
See you. Thank you, man. You're all free to leave. Job, Chris.
I'm gonna go and finish the meeting on Mac. Yes, Peter Walsh tomorrow. I'll reach out to Matt Sunday. Oh.
Probably like me and Johnston, you're at the top.
So we have to go back for dinner and then also. Did you guys know each other? No. Some company has. So. Yeah. When I do sign it. So we just. I just next round. Great presentation. Thanks. And a few others. I remember that far in charge. Our charge of the research expert. So, now, we all live in the next 5 years. For some foregroundbreaking and for actually for they finalizing our site spaces. I will be happy. Where's your press? Okay, yes, I see you. So tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning.
Are you coordinating?
But it's nothing else.
Maybe.
I want to see.
Yes, well, so.
Yeah, isn't that?
Is it kind
Okay.
of the water piece today?
I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Right, right.
Just watching.
That's why I'm here. So you're at the.
I have.
Yeah, there's a building.
Okay.
So now we're at TWR, you know, the loss of the again.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't do was. Right, I don't do. Yeah. I've got no. And they look for us. They want to. I think it's just like, they will, it's just gonna take a test.
So like, like Harry Lyons and, you know, I think the children's. There's celebrity issues. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember he was. But
I've been to Washington.
next time talking or something, but it's a five place.
That would just start, yeah, you could do it.
But no, that's really awesome. Yeah. It's something you can touch.
No, the control system never. So they either needed, like, in house. Executives being briefings or. It has to be exposed, the only time it's assessed to legislature, ABS, R&D, funding are also, is if the supervisor goes on a series. Right. Is a good to the colors, they don't see them. Unless they request them, or should they still do their job. Right. That's good, because now.
Ish. Go. They go by.
AWC, the initial bid. Yeah, concentrate on the.
A while ago, like, yeah.
Yeah, good job.
Okay. They're just, for 2 years, but
We're not
like, I felt
Not that big, but
other stuff outside of this one, they couldn't do it.
not like doing this, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, that's kind of what having this being.
It happened, I walked into the FAA, so I need to change it. And it became a little bit of a which, now I'm on investigating calls, I want to change my national security investigation. So
That room, yeah. That's probably put my, short son of building his daughter thinks it's pretty safe. No, actually, I was being started off. Oh. And so I'm looking at what's upstream so I could, get the clouds up at 25. Well, you're going to say, I'm going to see stations. Well, anyway, I see stations that are recording that have never been. Woodwork, I'm recording 5. I feel that now.
Like 42 stations, 21.
Like sciatic pain? It's just like an anger.
And Montana, Western Nebraska.
Give the Montana crap, see it. Yeah. Give them Montana crap, they have rights to new states.
All of one blank M. North Dakotas were one blank N. And then Nebraska's were one blank W. And I'm like, oh, these are all like weird stations. And so one of them was reporting inaccurate altimeter settings. And I was like, well, shit, I gotta figure out who owns these stations so that I can let them know that the altimeter setting is wrong. So I started calling around, nobody knows who these are. So I thought is, okay, mass safety, right? I work for the FAA. My number one goal in life at this point is mass safety. I've got to keep the mass safety. Let me call Minneapolis and let them know that I've got an altimeter setting up there that's wrong. Don't be giving that to pilots because they'll crash, right? And so I called them up and I said, hey, the station, wrong. Yada yada, don't use it. And then I called up to the National Weather Service in Bismarck. And Bismarck, so those are Minot Air Force Base. And so I called Minot Air Force Base and I said, hey, you guys know this is wrong. We're like, oh, again, and this is site, stations are always off. We're not really maintaining this very well. It's all good. And I was like, oh, so this is site. So I called up to, back up to Minneapolis Center. I said, you guys like using this sites out there, for, information? And they're like, no, I don't think so. They'll use airports. And I was like, okay. So I just went, okay, cool. Type, just chatting, doing my own stuff kind of thing. And then And all of a sudden, my boss sends me a message, she says, hey, did you call somebody asking about nuclear missile sites? And I was like, yes. Am I in
That'll
trouble?
happen more often than people think would happen.
Yeah, I don't know. She sits there and I was like, am I in trouble? And she said, you may be. And so she calls me up, she says, so apparently the person that you talked to at Minneapolis Center called Ash and reported that somebody claiming to be a federal employee was calling, asking about the location of nuclear missile sites. And so Ash then called me up about 10 minutes later and says, hey, we gotta talk. And I'm like, okay, let's talk. And so I told him how this whole thing started. You know, the fact that somebody, I did. And I said, you know, a friend of mine sent me an email asking me about these, you know, sites that came online. I looked at them and researching them. I found out, I discovered that they were nuclear missile sites. They're reporting inaccurate data. I was making sure that we weren't using the inaccurate data. And they said, why are we broadcasting nuclear missile sites? I said, we're not. I said, but somebody is. You know, because it's being displayed on aviation weather out there. And so apparently then that triggered the ASH representative to contact the FBI, DOD, DHS, and a few others. And next thing you know, for like the next 3 months, I'm on like these sporadic calls of like, hey, how did you notice this? Hey, we have an issue with this. Is this really a national security issue? No, because technically all of our nuclear missile sites are apparently published somewhere. And I'm just like, oh my God, the United States just can't. So, so that's what I do with my life, is I say, yes, I'm going to trigger national security investigation. Yeah. I think research stations. Yeah.
What else do you, what were they?
They were off by about no, just this one station was off by about 0.5 inches, which is about 5 feet. There's worse ones, so I've got a new algorithm. We've got
500 feet flying through the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We've had one, the federal aid loss that was off by an inch before, and my algorithm caught it. So I developed a new algorithm. It's gotten some funding against it now, so I've got an actual team of developers that are essentially quality control checking all of our federal sites. All the FAA sites about, you know, with temperature too hot, temperature cold, dew going on, speed and direction. It's got a precipitation, that's another kind of checker, et cetera. But that's how I trigger it with one echo November. So,
So, which I mean, you know, society. It went by so common in the sense that I was in the old days. Hearing all the things. And, you know, I try to keep the conversation my attention. But I'm actually very professionally serious about this. Yes. And so as it was in the throes of it all, being able to accomplish or the dynamic aspect was super exciting. That's why, and also keep in mind, I'm originally by training. So I see systems in architecture. And that's why it's, yeah, and that's why it's like, okay, this needs to be dynamic, this needs to evolve in a way that if the situation takes it out of spec, you don't want to penalize it because it has to go to an aspect, but you can't just lay down the law like I would like it. But you gotta make people aware. It's like, hey, I'm reporting, but not at level 3.
so that's one of the things that has had me concerned about these standards versus that came out, which is if I sit here and I watch part 108 and part 146 come in, right, the NUVO, the automated data service providers, and I watch the audit trail on that. You know, how often do they have to report to you that they're meeting these requirements? Is it up to the weather information provider, like the weather stations, the weather channel, et cetera? Is it up to them to constantly monitor their data sources to make sure that they're meeting the tier 3? And then is it up to you know, those weather information providers to actually penalize or those, individuals that they've got, hey, you've got an issue? Or
Yeah.
Is
Honestly,
it the FAA coming at climate vision? That's,
actually, yeah.
but what I'm talking about, are we having the true weather to sit there and say, hey, provide us a 6-month audit trail to ensure that all of your systems and all of your stuff is tier 3?
Originally, post 5, 4, or 5, when some of the initial idea that regarding this standard was to self-tier.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. That's bad. We, should not.
Hi, Andrew. Is Andrew still on?
I think there's, yeah, well.
Could have been. I don't know. I don't